technical evaluation professionals. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 going to be for the street tired cars. Lane 6 and 7 is where we'd like to keep the full race slick entries. So once again, 5-minute warning. Once again, Slick Tire Cars, lane 6 and 7, please. We'd like to start off with a few of you if possible, so looking for some of the full race machines to head on down to lane 6 and 7. If you're running Slick Tires, lanes 6 and 7, please. We would love to have you down there. All right, first pair of 2021. Going to be Dan Fansler in the Mordor Chevelle on the O2 Motorsports side. Got a knot on file on the Mustang in the Platinum Construction lane. Again, racing has started. Come on down to the staging lanes. Take a crack at the historic Reading drag strip. A little bit of a smoky run for Dan Fansler. Blows some of the carbon out. 4 months of hibernation. He goes down. Trips the lights. 1350, 99 miles an hour for the Chevelle. 1313 at 113 for the Mustang. Next up is going to be Lexi Boyd on a single, driving the Boss Lady's car. Twin turbocharged Kia Stinger, the O2 Motorsports lane. Probably a low 13-second pass, be my guess here. Just taking a stab at it. Goes down 1327, 104 miles an hour for Lexi Boyd and the Kia. So staging lanes are open again. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 for the street-tired cars. Lane 6 and 7 for the slick tire cars. Lane 2 is held for tech inspection. Again, we're still doing data entry up here, so if you have not filled out your tech card yet, please do so completely and legibly before heading down to lane number 2. If you decide not to write your name clearly and legibly, we'll type it in as best we can, and then I get to butcher it as much as I want. So it's probably in your best interest to write it clearly and legibly. Comes Bob Harris out of Red Bluff. In the world's loudest sportsman car, the 69 Chevy pickup in the Platinum Construction lane. Usually see Bob out here running our Summit ET Series events, which we are scheduled to have a full roster of this year. Bob's going to be, well, I don't know. Something tells me it's going to be a high 12-second pass for the pickup. We'll find out. Not on file. Early Mustang in the O2 Motorsports side. Ah, 12:10, 101 for the Mustang, clicked it off early. 12:58, Bob Harris, 102 miles an hour. Big ol' Chevy's moving. Here comes a big ol' Ford. How about Logan Bowling? Honcut, California, 3/4-ton Ford pickup. Check out the tow mirrors. And a late model Camaro, the O2 Motorsports lane. That pickup leaves pretty good. Hobbles off the starting line. How about 1336 at 104 for the 3/4-ton Ford? Camaro rolled the beams. Not gonna get a time on that one. So, for those of you who may not have done this before, you need to be watching that starting line tree basically you want to light the stage bulb, which will allow the computer to take over and drop the tree, and you can go down the track. So if you do not have the stage bulb lit, or you happen to roll out of that beam, you're going to forfeit your run. There's plenty of opportunity today to make your way down the track. Casey Gibson out of Oroville, full-size Ford Galaxy in the Platinum Construction Lane. Jim Evans, the O2 Motorsports side, says, well, I didn't get a good look at Jim's car. He goes 1588, 1375 for the big old Ford. Jordan Driscoll in the house, another sportsman runner. David Wenlant, Tyler Goddard. As we have the wheel count and move into motorcycles, Tyler Goddard out of Samoa, California, the 2002 Suzuki. It's out there on the coast, going to be running at the Samoa drag strip. See, it's already started. Going to be running at the Samoa drag strip, I'm sure, this year. Looks like they're going to get started up in May out there by the ocean in beautiful Samoa, California. Tyler's going to have the reaction time advantage here. David Wenlant wanted to make sure it was green before he decided to go down the racetrack. Still going to get there first. 10:56, 1:33 on the Hayabusa. Tyler goes 1280, 111 miles an hour. So we are moving right on through the first race of 2021. We're about 10 minutes in. I want to thank you all for joining us. And a big thanks to all of our returning sponsors for the 2021 season, among others including Platinum Construction, O2 Motorsports, Dearman Pump, Western General Engineering, and, of course, Shasta Beam for the wireless internet that's bringing you this live stream all the way to your home, wherever that may be. You know, these are tough times with a national pandemic and all, so we encourage everybody to maintain a social distance whenever possible and wear a mask when it is not possible. Those are guidelines from the Shasta County Office of Health. We ask that you follow those guidelines and help us keep racing and help us stay open. So masks are required when social distancing is not possible. Social distancing is strongly encouraged. Stay safe. Wear a mask. Was that Tower? Ken McConnell, 931, 121, clicks it off early in the 98 R&M Dragster. Jam and Joey Earhart, the Henry J, takes a soft hit. 12:52 at 84. I'm thinking they might have clicked it off 8th mile. That's Pro and Super Pro this year are going to be contested over the 8th mile distance. They're not running full quarter. That's in coordination with the Summit ET Finals. The Division 7s made a category adjustment. Pro and Super Pro will be contested over the 8th mile distance. Sportsman and motorcycle are going to remain full quarter mile. So in accordance with their transition, we here at the Reading Drag Strip have also made that adjustment. So this year for our oncoming Summit ET Racing Series, Super Pro and Pro will be 8th mile. Sportsman and motorcycle will be the full quarter mile that you know and love. Cody Alton out of Modesto, 69 Falcon. That is the final year for the Ford Falcon in the United States. Clicks it off early. Something happened down there. 1680 at 40 miles an hour. Just crawling through down on the big end. Hope the car is okay. Again, if you experience any kind of mechanical issue, you're a little worried about it, just pull over and stop. Don't do it in the middle of the track. Just pull over off to the side. That helps us in case there's any foreign contents going onto the race surface. So pull out of the lane, pull off to the side if you're having any difficulty, and stop. We will be down there to assist. Charlie Blunt out of Oroville, California, finished second place last year in the Sportsman Motorcycle Series. Charlie's one of our younger competitors. I want to say he's 82 or 83 in that area. This goes to show you can still be competitive out here at the drag strip. Charlie Blunt proves the point on his 2013 Kawasaki. Gonna see him in the low 10 seconds. Ooh, mid-9. How about 962, 149 for Charlie Blunt out of Oroville. Brings up Eric Warner on a single. This may be, I don't think this is a license pass. I think this is a shakedown. Never seen this altered before, so gonna call this a shakedown run for the 23T altered in the O2 Motorsports lane. All right, guys, we need you to pull forward in the staging lanes. If you are at the back of the lanes and blocking traffic, we need you to pull forward. So if you're in the staging lanes, we need you to move with the line. Keep pulling forward. Thank you very much. Jake Wood, Redding, California, the O2 Motorsports lane. First hit on the fresh dragster here. How about 003? Now he's just showing off. How about 806, 165 for Jake right out of the trailer. Tim Schiffer and Angie Goss. Angie Goss goes down in the S10. 304 on the reaction time. 530 for Tim in the Subaru. It's going to be the S10 down there. Probably looking at a high 11. 1193, 108 for Angie. Tim trips the beams 1639, 94 miles an hour. The Can-Am goes down the track. How about 1410 at 86 for the off-road buggy? Comes Shane Ehricart in his new toy, formerly of the Spurnack Racing fleet, now a member of Ehricart Racing Enterprises. 64 Land Cruiser Roadster, the O2 Motorsports lane. Snack Shack and T-shirt booth are open on the Cardinal East side of the racetrack. Look for the big neon Gene Hamburger sign. There's no line over there right now. I know they just got a fresh order of sweatshirts in. Got plenty of hats. Still got some T-shirts left. Starting to get a little thin over there. Get over there now if that's something you want. Snack Shack cooking up fresh Gene's hamburgers, snow cones, you name it. All sorts of good stuff. East side of the racetrack. Go check it out. Oh, the pickup with the tow mirrors is smoking the Elko. Oh, I think he's about to lose it, though. It's going to be tight. Oh, the pickup outran him. How about 1296 at 105 for Logan Bowling, that big old 3/4 ton Ford. The El Camino 1306, 1/10 behind. Handed up for the tow rig comes Joseph Silvera, our mysterious Mustang pilot from earlier in the O2 Motorsports lane. And a not on file Camaro, the Platinum Construction side. Again, we are still doing data entry. Fill out your tech card neatly, completely, legibly. All of these words that end in Y are important. Come on down to lane number 2 for tech. Randy Bass, new owner of a 73 Pontiac Ventura. That's the formerly of the Burdell Racing stable in its new home here in Anderson, California. 383 small block power. Casey Gibson out of Oroville. Full-size Ford Galaxy. The O2 Motorsports lane this time. Randy clicks it off early in the Ventura, 1250, 79 miles an hour. Casey, 1280 in the big old Ford, 97 miles an hour. Comes Marty Cisneros' dragster. I'm assuming we still have Spanky McGee driving, but you never know. Okay, I'm told Marty stepped in. All right, I'm told that Marty's driving. And Fran's out here for the crew. For the long car in the O2 Motorsports lane. .810, 166 for Marty Cisneros in the dragster. O2 Motorsports side. Comes Eric Warner. Another shakedown for little 23T altered. Got a good Pro ET matchup brewing in the water box. Fred McLearn and Mike Warren. Fred McLearn and Mike Warren staged up, ready to go. Fred McLearn out of Hayfork, the big Jimmy pickup in the Platinum Construction lane, clicks it off early. Something's going on with that machine. Mike Warren goes down 1060 at 133 miles an hour. Alan Plowman? Is that right? Alan Plowman on his new motorcycle out of Magalia, California in the Platinum Construction lane. I'm floored. It's good to see Alan Plowman out. Charlie Blunt, the O2 Motorsports lane. Plowman, 1081, 135 on the 07 Busa. Charlie Blunt, 971, 153. For the Cowie, here comes David Wendlandt, Tyler Goddard. Rematch, these two raced earlier. Tyler Goddard got the hole shot. David Wendlandt run him down. Going to be a red light for Tyler and a much better light for David. And the Suzuki was behind from the start, as the other Suzuki was in front from the start. Go figure. 10:19 for David, 13:58 for Tyler. Lane 2 is for tech inspection only, guys. You're not going to go down the track if you're in lane number 2. Lane number 2 is tech inspection only. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 are for street tires. Lanes 6 and 7 are for the vehicles with full slicks. Comes Stacy Hartshorn, the O2 Motorsports lane. First pass down in the shorty long car, the long short car. Takes it nice and easy. Bobby Hartshorn saw enough. He's like, oh, okay. Bobby, who's driving? The missus? Yeah? Lexi Boyd, Tristan Schmeltzer in the Tahoe. Hey, I've raced one of those before. Give me 1685 on the Tahoe. Ooh, 1635. Hot rod. 1329 for Lexi Boyd. I'm going to move into a couple pairs of junior dragsters here. All right, Fred McLaren could use a toe back down from the big end. So if someone's able to help Fred out with a toe back from the finish line, that'd be much appreciated. So once again, Fred McLaren looking for a toe back from the finish line. So if anybody's feeling friendly and wants to buzz down there with their golf cart or what have you, Fred McLaren could use a toe back from the finish line. Owen Kinder, Colby Bates, the first and last pair of junior dragsters today. 8:37 run for Owen Kinder. 8:32 in the 8th mile for Colby Bates in the new race car. All right, I'm told that the call has been answered. We have somebody on their way to go pick up Fred. Thank you very much. Next pair out, Todd Ross and Sergio Gonzalez. Sergio out of Biggs, and yeah, he's in a Mopar. We're all surprised. 71 CUDA in the Platinum Construction Lane. Todd Ross driving the same dragster, the O2 Motorsports side. A couple of hitters out here from our Summit ET Racing Series. We do encourage you to come out to the Summit races because what else you got going on right now, huh? Come on out. Save a tree. Support your local drag strip. I'm told this is boyfriend and girlfriend on the starting line. His and hers challengers. The Platinum Construction Lane says it's a Scat Pack. I don't know what the O2 Motorsports lane is. These challengers come in all sorts of flavors, and you really don't know what you got until they start moving. So, look, they're probably both Scat Packs. 8th mile, mile an hour's even. Yeah, okay. 13:06 for Rose Lopez. 13:04 for Tim Demewolf out of Cottonwood. We had Challengers a pair. Here comes Mustangs a pair. Joey Earhart, Kathy Ball pulling into the water box. Jamming Joey, a regular out here, the Henry J. See him running Super Pro in the Platinum Construction Lane. Typically runs right around the 11:0 mark. Kathy Ball, the 69 Camaro in the O2 Motorsports lane out of Napa, California. Kathy Ball, 1185, 78 miles an hour, clicks it off. 1382, 121 for Joey Earhart after that little oops on the starting line. Comes a pair of Volkswagens, David Stoffel and Josh Puderbach. You know, I always tell people Volkswagens are pretty violent when they leave the line. That's pretty violent. Pair of gear jamming 4-bangers. How about 1204 for Josh and 1279 for Dave Stoffel. Pair of 57 V-dubs. Comes Dan Fansler with Sam Tucker. The man himself, Mr. Sam Tucker, the O2 Motorsports lane. Mr. Consistent. Driving the Bantam Altered. We see Sam out here running Super Pro and NE2, which is an 860 index. First hit on the brand new tranny for Sam Tucker. That's not going to make any difference. The car's going to go 860. Watch. He's 10 on the tree. It's going to be between 856 and 864. Just kidding. He shut it off. 959. Guess we'll never know, so I was right. Just goes to show you. Dan Fansler, 1340, 100 even. Tim McGinnis, Chop Top Chevy 2, the O2 Motorsports lane. Out of Chico. Tim goes down, trips the beams, clicks it off early, 1028, 104 miles an hour. Danielle Brueggelmann goes red in the Honda Prelude. Got a green light from the 66 Barracuda in the O2 Motorsports lane. 1495.89. Wow, that's pretty tight. 1493 for the Honda. Just about heads up. Pair not on file. Got a late model Camaro. And what I'm guessing is a C7 Z06. Well, the Z06 isn't going to go 10s, but it'll probably go 11s. 1169. 123. 1503 for the Camaro. Rick Fleetes in the Platinum Construction lane, the Duramax Chevelle. Taking on Mike Thurber's Camaro in the O2 Motorsports lane. $983 for Mike Thurber. $1083, $127 for Rick Fleetes in the Diesel Chevelle. You've heard of a Diesel Chevette. Wait till you see the Diesel Chevelle. Tristan Smeltzer and Lexi Boyd, your next pair. Oh my goodness, somebody gave the boss lady a grandbaby. It's a Wood family affair down at the head of the staging lanes. Little Kiara Wood and her first day at the drag strip. Watching Papa go fast. $16.35 for Tristan Smeltzer. $13.35. Run for Lexi Boyd in the Kia. Here comes Boston McConnell in the junior. And it's going to be a moment here. We're doing a quick check of the race surface. We'll be right back with you. Jake Wood going out for pass number 2. 806 was the first hit. Here comes hit number 2. Okay, now he's just showing off. He went 003. He probably took 3 out of the box, and he just went perfect. How about trip 0 for Jake Wood? 8:02 at 166 miles an hour. I don't know. Maybe he just needs to go back to being a dad. This racing thing ain't going to work out for him. Alan Plowman, Charlie Blunt getting ready to go again. Alan, the Platinum Construction Lane, Magalia, California. Charlie Blunt, the O2 Motorsports side. How about 002 for Alan Plowman? Goes down the track this time. Nice straight run. How about 985, 136, 937 for Charlie Blunt? Jeff Anderson, good-looking Studebaker pickup. Going down the racetrack. How about 11:05, 121 for Jeff? Terry Madigan, full-size Galaxy, 1490 at 93. Comes Robert Crum, the Chevy 2, last year's Pro ET, points champion in the Platinum Construction Lane. And Nish Andrews, the O2 Motorsports side. Hey, look, it's O2 Motorsports. They've arrived. Hi, Steve. Jose Chavez and Rose Lopez. 13:01 for Rose, 13:27 for Jose and the Mustang. Here comes Tim Demewolf and some guy in a dune buggy. Tim goes 12:39, 13:86 for the dune buggy wagon mobile thing. All right, guys, all the staging lanes are open. We need you to pull up. There's no need to all hide in one lane. Just come on down. Don't be shy. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 are all open. Come on down. We would love to serve you. Lane 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, all open. Come on down. Lane 2 is going to be held for tech inspection. So there's no racing in lane number 2. But lanes 3 through 7 are all available for your racing experience.
Jackson Stoffel, your ride is waiting for you at the paycheck.
Dan Severson, Fox Body Mustang, 1109 125. 1074 for the Platinum Construction lane. Cody Alton, Modesto, California, 1248 for the 69 Ford Falcon. Here comes Shane Earhart in the Toyota Land Cruiser. But it doesn't look like any Land Cruiser you've ever seen before. The O2 Motorsports lane. Usually we see Shane out here in his Toyota Celica. Hey, maybe it's just a Toyota thing. Shane going down in the new car. Taking it nice and easy. Goes down, trips the beams. 978. 136. Okay, that's easily the fastest pass of the day. Am I allowed to say it? Yeah? Okay. How about 696? Ken. I'm allowed to say it, right? Yeah? No. Never mind. Jim Evans, 1275 in the El Camino. Going to get there first. Logan Bowling, 1303, 105 miles an hour for the faux farm truck. Comes Bob Harris and Casey Gibson. Bob Harris, a sportsman regular out here. 69 Chevy pickup, the O2 Motorsports lane. Casey Gibson's full-size Ford Galaxy in the Platinum Construction lane. $12.38 for the Galaxy. $12.78 for Bob Harris in the pickup. Mike Utley in a dragster? Mike, where's the Corvette? I'm asking a man who can't hear me. Chevy Undercover, the O2 Motorsports side for Super Gas contender Mike Utley. Told Mike's in the process of cross licensing. Basically, he's licensed to compete in a door car below a certain wheelbase, and he's now expanding his license to compete in a vehicle over the longer wheelbase. I don't remember the division, and please don't come up here and tell me what it is because I'm not that interested. But there is a division point between the short wheelbase and the long wheelbase vehicles, at which point you need to cross license. Comes Stacer Hartshorn. Stacer Hartshorn, how about 10-20-98? Clicks it off early. 595 in the 8th mile. Here comes Jose Chavez and Danielle Brueggelmann. Junior Davis, Sergio Gonzalez getting lined up. Sergio, 71 CUDA out of Biggs in the O2 Motorsports lane. Ted Romano and Tristan Smeltzer going down the racetrack. Tristan, the Chevy Tahoe, trying to wear it out out of Jacksonville, Oregon. Where is Jacksonville, Oregon? Oh, he's out here with the granddaughter. Got it. See, connect the dots. Somebody always knows. Somebody has the answer. In this case, it was the boss lady. Ted Romano, 1311 in the Ford Mustang. Here comes Mike Warren and Kathy Ball. Mike Warren, the good-looking Chevy Beretta out of Oroville. The O2 Motorsports lane. The announcer's wondering if it still has a 283 in it, but we won't know. Kathy Ball, 69 Camaro out of Napa, California. Great to see Kathy out here at the Reading Drag Strip. She goes 0-12 on the tree. How about 691, 99 miles an hour in the 8th mile? Clicks it off. Mike Warren goes 10:48, 1:32. Charlie Blunt, the quickest octogenarian on the West Coast that I know of. If you know of a quicker one, I'd like to meet him or her. Big wheel stand off the bike in the O2 Motorsports lane. Charlie, how about 006 on the tree? Goes 927, 153 miles an hour. O2 Motorsports lane goes 1369. Final motorcycle goes down 9 flat, 159 miles an hour. Back to the cars now with Todd Ross and Sam Tucker. Todd Ross, one of our Super Pro racers. Well, I guess that's Sam too. How about both of them Super Pro racers? Sam, the Bantam Altered, the O2 Motorsports lane. Mr. Consistent. Todd Ross, Platinum Construction lane. .002 red for Sam Tucker. Both cars click it off. Again, Super Pro and Pros all 8th mile this year, so these guys are just shutting the cars off. Why stress the equipment if you don't have to? Right, so Super Pro and Pro, that category's been shifted to 8th mile per NHRA Division 7. We have correspondingly shifted our categories to follow that ruling. So we're down to 8th mile for Pro and Super Pro this year. Additionally, you may notice that our scoreboards are still not working. We do have brand new scoreboards ready to go. They're going to be installed before the next race. And you'll actually be able to see the times yourselves. You don't even have to listen to me, even though I know how much fun that could be. So, new scoreboards going to be up before the next race. After our lightning fiasco of 2020 that we really want to stay in 2020. Joey Ericart goes 10.97. Ken McConnell, 9.46. Pair of second-gen Camaros here. The 72 of Mike Davis in the Platinum Construction Lane, and the 1970 and a half of Joe Hovey, the O2 Motorsports side. There may or may not be some nitrous on these cars. And could also just be condensation. I mean, you never know. Jose Chavez, Joseph Silvera. 12.92 for Jose, 13.09, 115. The run for Joseph Silvera out of Orland, California. Here comes Nish Andrews in the Platinum Construction Lane, the Scat Pack. Not on file, Mustang, the O2 Motorsports side. Alan Aiken in the Mustang. See, we know who you are. O2 Motorsports lane. How about 1116, 124? Nish Andrews, 1278. 110 miles an hour. Here comes the buggy. John Andrews. O2 Motorsports side. Chevy Step side. Always a contender in the pro category and often in the super pro category. Ought to be a low 10-second pass out of John. Probably about a 10-0 or 10-10. Oh, just kidding. How about 984? That's the quickest pass I've ever seen out of that truck. 984, 136. John Andrews. All staging lanes are open. Lane 2 still for tech. Lanes 3 through 7 are open for racing. Come on down, lanes 3 through 7. Jeff Anderson, good-looking Studebaker pickup, going down the O2 Motorsports lane. Probably a low 11-second pass. Yeah, 11:17. Joseph Silvera, 12:86. The Ford Mustang in the Platinum Construction lane. Comes Bella Vista's Alan Reeder in the 2020 Can-Am Dune Buggy Mobile in the Platinum Construction lane. Want to send a big thank you out there for all the motorcycles coming out to join us here at the historic Reading Drag Strip for Test and Tune and our street legal drags. Much appreciated. Don't typically see too many motorcycles, so it's awesome to have a good showing. Next up, going to be David Wendlandt on a single. Keep on moving through the motorcycles here. Once again, staging lanes are open. Lane 2 is open for tech. Lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are open for cars. How about that? Just come on down. Got a nice little rotation going. Nice wheel stand from Mike Lee in the Platinum Construction Lane. Russ Boat, the O2 Motorsports side, 911 at 158 miles an hour. You know, out here at the Reading Drag Strip, we love our sponsors. Our sponsors do so much for us, and we do all that we can in return. So I want to extend a very special thank you to Steve and Stacy at O2 Motorsports. They've come on year after year after year as a lane sponsor. They've sponsored the right lane, O2 Motorsports. This year they've also helped us out. We've put all new tires on all of our vehicles. They've helped us out with the ambulance. Steve and Stacy over at O2 Motorsports have just been strong, staunch supporters of the Reading Drag Strip, and we just want to extend a very heartfelt thanks to them for their continued support. Boston McConnell and Owen Kinder getting lined up and ready to go here. Junior Dragsters. This is one of the best programs that I know of as far as getting youth into drag racing. Kids from the ages of 5 all the way up to 17 can compete in the junior dragster field at varying speeds and varying difficulties. Boston McConnell, last year's junior novice champion in the Platinum Construction Lane. And Owen Kinder in the O2 Motorsports side. Owen, 8:22.78. Boston McConnell, 11:71, 53 miles per hour. Here comes Tegan Glanzer, Colby Bates. Tegan Glanzer, 780, 83 miles an hour. Colby Bates goes 876 at 74. Moving back into big cars comes Mike Thurber and Kathy Ball. Camaro's a pair. Third gen for Mike Thurber, 1982. Kathy Ball stuck with the 69. That's the last year of that first generation body style on the O2 Motorsports side. Kathy Ball frequently seen in the late rounds of Super Pro down at Sonoma Raceway. Nice 014 reaction time for Kathy. That matches her previous 014 reaction time, which goes 689 at 100 miles an hour. 1082 out the back door, 124 miles an hour. Kathy Ball, 1136 for Mike Thurber. Comes a battle of the oval windows. Dave Stoffel and Josh Puderbach. All right, going to be down for a moment here while we check on the driver, make sure he's okay. So just a moment. Be back with you shortly. All right, I am told the driver is okay. So that is probably the best news that we're going to get today. So the driver is okay. That is awesome. All right. Well, once again, driver's okay. Want to thank all of our safety crew for their fast response. That's what they're here for. Keep everybody safe and racing another day. All right, just gonna take a quick minute, go out there, drag the race surface, apply some more rubber down. You're not actually racing on asphalt or concrete per se. You're probably more a rubber to rubber contact is probably a better way to describe it. All right, we got a gray Nissan and a brown Ford pickup parked over by the pay shack that's coming in the front gate. We need you to move your vehicles. You're blocking a pit area. Once again, there's a gray Nissan and a brown Ford pickup parked near the pay shack. You're blocking somebody's pit area. We need you to move your vehicles. Joey Ericart, Rose Lopez. Joey goes 1097, 121 in the old Henry J, 1287 for Rose Lopez in the Scat Pack. Michael Romano and Ted Romano. Makes you wonder if they're related. Michael Romano, the C7 Corvette. $1290, $112 for the Corvette. $1268, $114 for the Mustang. Eric Warner, 915, 146 in the Model T Altered. John Andrews, Anderson, California. One of the runners out here in Pro AT. Had a strong third place finish last year. Looking to improve upon that this year, no doubt. John went 984 with his new motor earlier. Goes down, trips the beams, goes 990 here. 135 miles an hour for the big old pick 'em up. Mike Lee, Tyler Goddard. Pair of motorcycles going down the racetrack. 1188 for Tyler, 1335 for Mike Lee. Curtis Moore, David Wenlant, your next pair. Curtis, the Platinum Construction Lane. On the KTM. David Wenlant on the Hayabusa. Mike Utley, Redding, California, cross-licensing here in the dragster. The O2 Motorsports side. Frequently see him out here in a topless Corvette. Said, hey, why not run a really fast long car? Pair of challengers, Nish Andrews in the Scat Pack. The O2 Motorsports lane goes 1271 at 110 miles an hour. We're about 2.5 hours in. Just want to thank everybody for coming out to our first race of the year. It's Test and Tune and Street Legal here at the historic Redding Drag Strip. Currently in the Test and Tune portion of today's festivities. Got a full calendar coming at you guys for this year. It's still in the tentative phase. We hope to have it entirely solid here very soon, but it looks like we're going to have a full schedule of Summit ET bracket racing this year, as well as the Cool April drags. So if you want to follow ShastaCruising.com, join Shasta Saturday Night Cruising on Facebook to RSVP for the Cool April nights with a C car show and cruise, as well as the drag program. So go on ahead and check that out. Just a reminder, we're under a health order from the Shasta County Health Office. What does that mean to you? That means social distancing is encouraged, and that means masks are required when social distancing is not practical. So please help us stay open by following these guidelines and preventing the spread of COVID-19. Is that future track champion Missy Odell going down the track? I think so. Dodge Charger, the O2 Motorsports lane. 1413, 102 miles an hour. Todd Ross, Mike Warren, heading on down the racetrack. Well, technically staging up on the racetrack. Mike Warren, runner out of Oroville, the Beretta. Todd Ross, the dragster, one of our regular supporters out of Granite Bay, California, in the Platinum Construction lane. Jim Evans, 1235, 111 in the El Camino. 1292, 106. Logan Bowling in the Ford pickup. Come the Bass brothers, Randy and Raymond. Raymond, the O2 Motorsports lane in the Corvette. Randy, 73 Pontiac Ventura. All right, once again, Snack Shack and Beer Booth is open out there on the east side of the racetrack. Look for the big neon jeans hamburger sign. You can't miss it. All sorts of good stuff. Fresh jeans, burgers, snow cones, t-shirts, sweatshirts, you name it. All over there available on the east side of the racetrack. Go check it out. Bring up the junior dragsters. Jaden Jones, Colby Bates, going to be the first pair down the racetrack this time. I hear that Steve Lowry might be doing something electrically intensive here in a little while. Something about rapidly draining some batteries in like 10 and a half seconds in a potentially German vehicle, maybe. You know you hear me, Steve. All right, Tegan Glanzer's just showing off. He went 014 on the first hit. How about 006 on the second hit? And he goes 787, 83 miles an hour. 787 after a 006 light. Owen Kinder was right there, 009 red. Trying to go for the 00 green. Owen went 821 down at the finish line. Nice light for Charlie Blunt. How about 019 to the green side? Mid 9-second pass. How about 928? 153 for Charlie. 1069, 136 for Curtis Moore. Sam Tucker, 013 to the green. Goes down straight and true. How about 869, 153 for the Bantam Altered. Alan Aiken goes 1085 in the Mustang. Here comes Angie Goss and Mike Davis. Eric Hartshorn, how about 1057, 95 miles an hour? As Mike Lee and Charlie Blunt approach the starting line, we move back into the Daredevils, the motorcycles. On this, the first day of the 2021 racing season here at the historic Reading Drag Strip, the oldest continuously sanctioned NHRA drag strip in the country. Brought to you by such awesome sponsors as O2 Motorsports, Platinum Construction, Napa Auto Parts, Dearman Pump, Eddie Axner Construction, Apply Align Inc., just a few of the many, many wonderful sponsors we have here at the historic Reading Drag Strip. We want to thank you for your continued support, and we want to thank all the spectators. Shane Ehricart, another shakedown run on the old Land Cruiser. Clicks it off early. Brings up Tim McGinnis and John Andrews. Rosa and Jim England lining up here in the single cab Chevy pickup. All right, father and son, Randy and Raymond Bass, Randy, the Ventura. Raymond, the Corvette, the O2 Motorsports lane. I want to throw a quick plug out there for Shasta Cruising, shastacruising.com. It's the Shasta Saturday Night Cruising Group. If you join them on Facebook, they are actually putting on a Cool April Nights 2021 event. April 17th through 24th. That is Shasta Saturday Night Cruising. You can find their group on Facebook. Challenger 1235, 112 miles an hour. Missy Odell 1397, 101 for the Charger out of Anderson. Fletcher Bacon out of Turlock in the Volkswagen goes 1914 at 69 miles an hour. 13:38 run for Logan Bowling at a Honkit. Big old Ford pickup. Dodge trips the lights down at the finish line, 16:72.86. All right, Mike, I figured it out. It's Dustin Wirtz's old ride in the O2 Motorsports lane. .475, 148 for Mike Utley. Jim Evans and Casey Gibson. Casey Gibson goes 12:38, 110. 12:68 for Jim Evans. Brings up your next pair. Matthew Brown and Joseph Silvera. Tony Cuniel and Kathy Ball. Tony out of Wairika, California, the altered wheelbase 65 GTO in the Platinum Construction lane. Good looking ride. And Kathy Ball, the 69 Camaro in the O2 Motorsports lane. Kathy, 11:56, clicked it off early. 690 in the eighth, 683 in the eighth for Tony, followed by a 1085 down at the quarter mile marker. Here comes Cody Catone and Justin Kritzman. Pair of Dodge Chargers. We'll figure out how much Mopar's in there here in a minute. A lot of motorcycles out here today. Want to thank all you guys for coming out to support the historic Reading Drag Strip. Not too often we get such a contingent of motorcycles, so this is pretty cool. Don't forget, motorcycles are more than welcome to attend our Summit Series races as well. Nice light for Alan Plowman. How about 011? Out of the gate. Goes 998, 138 miles an hour. 1018, 133 for David Wenland. Hey, there's Cody Wenland. See, it's not often you see one without the other. Now we got both. Comes Rick Fleetess and Neil Eller. Wheels up launch for Rick in the diesel Chevelle. I don't know how heavy that block is, but it probably takes quite a bit to yank a diesel up in the air. 1062, 128 miles an hour for the Chevelle. Believe it or not, that Chevelle actually tows a trailer to and from the racetrack. So instead of towing your race car around, you might as well just tow your lodging with you instead. Comes Ted and Michael Romano. Ted Romano, 1309, 111, 1269 for Michael Romano in the Corvette. Comes Steve Stone and Shane Moulton. Comes Chris Bates in the good-looking Shoebox Nova. 66 or 67. I can't tell from here. Honestly, I probably couldn't tell from down there either, so it's one or the other. All right, nice job down there driving. Chris Bates got it gathered up. Drops the laundry. Nice clean pass. All right, anyone who's interested in the Saturday night Shasta Cruise, go on down, talk to Shirlene down at the front of the staging lanes. Correction. We want the person with the Shasta Saturday Night Cruising Group. We want a representative from that group down to the staging lanes to talk to Shirlene. So if you're part of the Saturday Night Shasta Cruising Group, head on down to the head of the staging lanes. All right, so the lanes are open, guys. If you're here for the street legal, just come on down. Filter into the lanes. Lanes 3 through 7 are open, so just come on down to the staging lanes if you're here for the street legal. The lanes are open. Come on down. Ted Romano and Michael Romano. Going to be Michael down there, the Corvette 1274, over a 1303 of Ted's Mustang.
All right, a couple junior dragsters on the line right now. I think Tegan Glanzer's won the class championship out here for the last 3 years in a row. I lost count. I think the only guy that has more championships in a row would be Dwayne Opperman. Nice 012 light for Tegan. 792 at 82 miles an hour for the junior dragster. Owen Kinder, 828 at 78 miles an hour. Want to thank everybody for coming out to our season opener here at the historic Reading Drag Strip. We couldn't ask for better weather. It is, I think, winter still, but beautiful day today. People are dying to get out and get the smell of race fuel and burning rubber. So I want to thank everybody for coming out. That's one of the Hartshorn clan making some license passes in the long car. Snack Shack is going full effect. We got the genuine jeans hamburgers available over there along with all other kinds of goodies. Got some new swag over there in the souvenir shack. Feel free to go check them out. Rhonda looks bored. Go over there and give Rhonda a hard time. $966 at 104 for Mr. Hartshorn. Right lane racer, 93 Honda Civic, driven by Eric Y. There's nothing else except Y after Eric's name, so it's probably one of those names that I would butcher and cannot pronounce. So that's Eric. Cody gets timed out, it looks like. Huge group of motorcycles coming out today to have some fun in the sun. We want to thank the motorcycle contingent. 933 at 153 for the senior Charlie Blunt. That racer, I believe he is in his 80s, out here going fast on a motorcycle. I hope I'm that lucky. Somebody's car alarm has gone off over in the parking lot. We'd like to remind you that car alarms have a sensitivity to being set off accidentally here at the drag strip because of the thunder and rumble. So please keep that in mind when you set your alarm. Lots of motorcycles. Curtis Moore from Reading and Raymond, I'm not going to butcher that one, Grijahia. How do you pronounce that? Grijahia? Well, let's call him Raymond. Raymond on the bagger in the right lane. 12:02 in the O2 Motorsports lanes. 11:12 for Curtis Moore on the KTM. Dan Severson in the 90 Ford Mustang in the left lane. Marty, oh, that's Cisneros. I know that's Donnie McGee driving that. Shane Earhart making some license passes in his 1964 Land Cruiser Roadster. Todd Ross runs 865 at 117 in the long car. Shelly Garber 1183 in the Vega. Danielle in the left lane, Danny in the right. Left lane sponsor, Platinum Construction, coming back on again for this year. We understand that the reader boards are not visible right now, and as you probably heard, we got hit by lightning, which fried the reader boards to the point where they're not working anymore. But we do have some new ones. We ordered some new ones, and Bob Harris is building some new mounts to mount them on for us, and hopefully we'll have those out here in another 3 or 4 weeks if everything goes smoothly. Cody Alton from Modesto, 69 Ford Falcon over there in the OT Motorsports lane. Oh, looks like Cody's going to get backed out. There's an issue. So it will be a single for the long car of Jake Wood. '15 light for Wood. '809 at 165. Slowed down a little bit. That's Mike Warren in the 88 Chevy Beretta there in the Platinum Construction lane. Mike's been doing this a long time. Car it's going to the right on him for some reason. He had to pull it back a couple times there. Angie Goss, 96 S10. Mike went 005 on the tree, 1073 at 123 for the Beretta, 1194 at 108 for Angie. That's your 2020 Pro champion right there, Robert Crum in the left lane. Robert has really become a force to be reckoned with here in the bracket racing world. He seems to be doing well wherever he goes nowadays. Sam Tucker making some laps with the new tires and new transmission in his 32 Bantam Roadster. 867 at 153. Sam goes 006 red, 17 green for Robert Crum, 1056 at 125 miles an hour for the Shoebox Nova. That's Boston McConnell over there in the O2 Motorsports lane, driving his backup motor. He was trying to get a new motor together, but the machinist messed up his block. So they had to put the backup motor in while the machinist straightens out the block. Sorry, Boston. $11.79 at 53 miles an hour for the young Boston McConnell. That's Missy Odell in her 2018 Dodge Charger. Jason Martin out there in his 2020 Dodge Ram. Got the dually going. I believe those two are related. Missy puts a spank down on Jason, 1438 at 100 miles an hour. Treat him on the tree also, 55 to Jason's 125. Jason runs through at 1597 at 86 miles an hour in the big Dodge. That's pretty fast for a dually. Charger on Charger action. Andrew White, Scott Tipp, 1302 for Andrew White, 1465 for Mr. Tipp. Lexi Boyd taking Grandma's car for a pass. Pretty close. She gets there first. 13:52 to a 13:57. Pretty close race. Lexi had him on the tree. 0:53 light to Justin's 1:26. That's the beautiful Studebaker of Jeff Anderson blasting down the O2 Motorsports lane. 10:62 for the red Stud. 11:46 for Mr. Aiken's 66 Stang. Dogle in the brand new 2020 Subaru WRX out here. Said he just bought the car, testing out that factory warranty. 13:32 for Dan Fansler's four-door Chevelle. 16:68 for the Subi. We got our own announcer, Nick Bublitz, there in the, is that a Range Rover or Land Rover? Land Rover, over there in the Platinum Construction lane. Nick is our announcer and race director here, and was just recently named the new track manager of Sonoma Raceway down there in Sonoma County. So he will be handling all of the Wednesday night drags, and I'm going to assume the national and divisional events. Dave Lovely gets a little sideways off of the line there. Wisely lets off the loud pedal and gathers it back up. Just a reminder, racers, if you're not comfortable, the car is not pointed the right direction, back out of it and save your equipment for another day. huge pack of motorcycles out here. We almost got enough for our motorcycle gang. Tyler Goddard there from Samoa in the left lane. Dave Winlet from Cottonwood there in the O2 Motorsports lane. Once again, we would love to thank everybody for coming out and supporting the drag strip. Last year was really, really rough on the drag strip, as it was for a lot of people and businesses. A beautiful February day here to kick off our season.
Sean Murphy and Scott Romano. Scott's out of Roseville. 5-liter Mustang. Sean Murphy out of Weed. 5-liter Mustang. $11.10 for Scott Romano. $11.66 Sean Murphy. Oh, Scott Romano, $11.10 at 131 miles an hour. There's a little bit more left in that car, maybe. Just maybe. Comes Ian Gotham in the Mustang. Not on file Honda, the O2 Motorsports side. Rick Fleets and Tom Seacrest. Rick, the Diesel Chevelle, in the O2 Motorsports lane, hangs him high. Trying to hold on to his lead over the Mordor Nova of Tom Seacrest. It's going to be Rick. And I can say Rick's time, and Rick just put the screws to the Diesel. How about 9:58, 142 for the Duramax Chevelle and Rick Fleetes. Whew. What's he doing messing around in Super Street? He should go play in Super Gas. All right, it's the battle of the big old pick-em-ups. How about Logan Bowling and Bob Harris? Bob Harris, the O2 Motorsports side, the big 69 Chevrolet, and Logan Bowling's 74 3/4 ton Ford. Going to be Harris out of the hole with the hole shot. But I think Logan might have a little more horsepower, yeah? He's starting to run down the Chevy down there at the finish line. Going to be Logan Bowling, 12.95 at 105 miles an hour, beats Bob Harris. Bob, 13.22.98, falls off a little bit from where he was previously. Vince Miller, 14.46 in the BMW. Comes a pair of not-on files. Looks like a matching pair of Acura Integras. You want to find a needle in a haystack, try to find an Integra with a clean title. They pretty much don't exist. Roger Buchanan and Cody Catone. Cody's out of Montgomery Creek, California. No idea where that is. That's up here somewhere. 2016 Dodge Charger. 1371 101. That's going to be a standard RT. Roger Buchanan's Camaro, 1501 96. As Stacer Hartshorn pulls up for another license pass. How about 883, 141 for the licensing Hartshorn? Bobby, I love the numbers on that car. Chris Anderson, Missy Odell, Battle of the Mopars. Chris Anderson, late model Challenger. Missy Odell in the Charger. The O2 Motorsports lane. It's going to be the Challenger. Yeah, 1412. 1446 for the Charger. Andrew White, Joseph Silvera. Joseph, the 06 Mustang. 252 reaction time. 91 in the 8th. How about 1243 at 113? 1290, 110 for the Charger Scat Pack in the O2 Motorsports lane. Raymond Bass and Jordan Driscoll. Jordan Driscoll's a pretty competent racer. See him out here running Sportsman ET. Ran a full season last year. And let me look at my little cheat sheet here. Yeah, he finished number 3 in the points chase behind David Rudd and Dwayne Opperman. And honestly, I was behind them too. So nice job, Jordan. Number 3 in your first year is quite an accomplishment. He goes 117 on the tree here. We'll cut him a break. 008 for Raymond Bass in the 16 Corvette. 1173, 121 for the Vet. 1285 for Jordan Driscoll. Kenny Grant and Jeff Hostetter. It's going to be Kenny. 1213, 107. 1247 for Jeff Hostetter in the Elko. Here comes Andy Perez and Carissa Perez. A lot of related people out here tonight. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that these are related too. Just a guess. Well, the GTO with the quicker elapsed time, but the reaction time advantage went to the Camaro, and that was enough to sway it. So technically, the Camaro got it. Carissa Perez. Comes Tristan Smeltzer and Lexi Boyd. Tegan Glanzer, Colby Bates. Runners out of Reading a pair. Tegan, junior pro champion last year, and the year before, and the year before, and I think the year before in the Platinum Construction Lane. Colby Bates, the O2 Motorsports side. Okay. Somebody take the coffee away from Tegan. 001 out of the gate to follow up his 006 and his 014. How about 796 at 82 miles an hour? Attention in the pits with the owners of a gray Dodge Charger and a green Dodge Charger. Please move your vehicles. You are parked next to each other, and you're also blocking somebody, which is not good. So the owners of a gray Charger and a green Charger, we need you to move your vehicles, please. You are blocking a pit area. Curtis Moore and Charlie Blunt. Going to be Charlie down there. How about 997, 150 for the runner out of Oroville, 1089, 136. The pass for Curtis Moore. Dave Moore and Raymond Grijaya. Going to be Dave. Just kidding. Going to be Raymond by 5 thou in total elapsed time. Dave gets the green light because of reaction time math, but technically Raymond with the quicker pass. Here comes Jacob Shriver, Mike Lee. Again, it's great to see so many motorcycles out here at the historic Reading Drag Strip. I want to thank you all for coming out and remind you that you're more than welcome to join us for our Summit ET races, where Charlie Blunt and Steve Stone will be competing back and forth. Hopefully there's a little more back and forth to go around for this season. Just again, a general reminder, we are under a health advisory from the Shasta County Office of Health. Social distancing is required, and masks are required when social distancing is not possible. So we want to thank you for cooperating and helping us stay safe, as well as keep the racetrack open. So we thank you in advance for your cooperation. Josh Williams, Dylan Humphrey. Dylan, 1104, 125. Josh Williams goes 1279 on the 2007 F26. I guess that's a bike. Donald Carnegie and Matt Ladd. The two Integras from earlier said, that was pretty fun. We'll do that again. Donald's in the Platinum Construction Lane. Matt has chosen the O2 Motorsports side. Lexi Matheson and Brandon Ashworth. Well, Lexi Matheson had the starting line advantage, and she was also the first to cross the finish by 87 feet. Takes the win over Brandon Ashworth. Comes Jeremiah Chittenden and Sam Tucker. Sam Tucker, 009 out of the gate. How about 872 for the runner out of Reading? Jeremiah in the Mustang clicks it off early, goes 12:02 at 86. Here comes Roger Buchanan and Vince Miller. Vince has probably gone down about 10 times by now in the old BMW. I can actually check that. Let's do some checking. Okay, it's only time number 7. Roger Buchanan, it's time number 10. The 14 Camaro for Roger. Going to be about a 15 flat, 15:26.91. The BMW goes 14:48. Chris Anderson and Missy Odell. This looks like a rematch here. Hi, Fran. Spanky. Spanky, you finally let that guy drive that car? Chris Anderson, 14:06.99. Missy Odell goes 14:08 at 101 miles per. Here comes Lexi Boyd and Joseph Silvera. Oh! Ha! perfect light for Lexi Boyd. How about Trip Zip? Driving grandma's car and knocks it perfect. Goes 1336, 104 miles an hour. Eric Heil and Taylor LaHuy. Taylor the Trans Am, 1431 at 101 miles an hour. Eric goes 1493 in the Focus Turbo. Here comes Angie Goss out of Shingletown, the S10 in the O2 Motorsports lane. Frequently see her out here in the Pro ET category. And Neil Eller, the Sportsman Runner out of Wairika in the Platinum Construction lane, the 70 Dodge Dart Swinger. Not entirely sure what makes those a swinger or what makes them not a swinger, but there you go. Sounds like I forgot to take that class at Nick's College of Useless Knowledge, which is currently accepting enrollments despite COVID-19. Neil goes 085 on the tree, 1217 at 108 miles an hour. Angie Goss dips into the 11s, 11999 at 127 miles an hour for the S10. The Honda Civic of Derek Renshaw out of Millville, California. And the Acura Integra of Cordell Mason in the O2 Motorsports lane. Going to be the Honda down there. Acura's got a little more pull, but it's not going to do it here. Going to be Derek in the Honda, 1529 by about 100 feet. Robert Logan and Fabian Alvarez are going to be your next pair. A couple of 5th gen Camaros. Fabian, 1296, 115. Robert Logan, 1573.95 for the V6 Camaro. Dogel in the Platinum Construction Lane in the Subaru. 1518, 90 miles an hour. 1441 for Vince Miller in the BMW. James Graves and Alan Aiken. Mustang on Nova. It's going to be Mustang 1081-31 for Alan Aiken. 1357-102 for James Graves. 1882 for Amy Chase in the Ford Fiesta. Charlie Beitler, 1511, 91 in the Explorer. Taylor LeHuy and Eric Heil. Eric the Focus. Taylor the Trans Am's going to be the Pontiac, 1435, 102, 1486 for the Focus. As we keep rolling through, just a reminder, lane 2 is for tech inspection. Lanes 3 through 7 are open for racing. Lane 8's where we've got the motorcycles hanging out. Want to thank everybody for coming out to support the historic Reading Drag Strip on our first race of the season. Bunch of awesome sponsors continuing to support us this year. Want to extend a special thanks to some of them, like Anderson Trophies and Awards, O2 Motorsports, Platinum Construction, Napa Auto Parts, Dearman Pump, Eddie Axner Construction, Apply Align Inc., Darren Taylor Construction, Tommy Norton, Jesse over at Western General Engineering, Morgan Creek Construction, North State Aggregate, Warner Enterprises, All right, going to be left lane only for a little while here while we do a quick cleanup on the O2 Motorsports lane. Roger Buchanan going to be making a single in the Platinum Construction lane, which is as yet unpolluted. $15.28 for Roger Buchanan. Here comes Andrew White in the Dodge Charger. Jake Wood to the starting line, please. Jake Wood to the starting line, please. Robert Crum coming out of the water box. 63 Chevy 2 in the Platinum Construction lane. .1056, 125 miles an hour for Robert Crum, stepping it up this year. Ray Widener out of the burnout box and approaching the starting line. All right, driver's out of the car, and we're just going to go down there and give it a quick check and make sure everything's A-okay. So stand by. All right, so he's out of the car and looks like he's okay. So we're just going to work on getting the car off the racetrack and finish re-prep in the right lane. Once again, a big thanks to all of our safety crew for their quick response. It's their number one job here, and that's our main priority, is keeping everybody safe to race another day. So one thing to keep in mind, if anything does not feel right, if the car's moving around, if anything does not feel right, just let out of it. You could always make another pass, and there's always another race. So if it doesn't feel quite right, just click it off. All right, just like that, we're back at it. Track is clear and clean. Going to come at you with junior dragsters. So we're just going to do a quick lap with the sprayer. Put down a fresh layer with the sprayer. How about them apples? Going to apply some PJ1 to the racing surface here. We'll be right back with you. So the basic idea here, and when I say basic, I do mean basic because I'm not the one out on the quad. The basic idea here is that when you apply this traction compound to the racing surface, it creates a high amount of tack and layer of friction basically on the surface. It makes it sticky. It also attracts rubber. So if you were to drag the track with the tractor with the slicks on it after you've sprayed the track, it basically transfers the rubber onto the surface and creates an even stickier surface. Then when you're going down the racetrack, it's basically rubber to rubber contact. You'd think that it's rubber to asphalt, but it's effectively rubber to rubber. This is a layman's perspective from somebody who's watched this happen and has surmised the way that it works. But it's the solution that sticks in my head, so it's the one that you get to hear about. So as soon as he comes back from the sprayer, we'll be ready to go. Back at it with junior dragsters, Boston McConnell and Colby Bates. Colby Bates, 895.73 miles an hour. Boston McConnell, 1206 at 52. That's what they were looking for. Trying to slow that hot rod down. Tegan Glanzer, with his third 00 reaction time in a row, goes 007 out of the gate on a 789 pass at 82 miles an hour. All right, Tegan Glanzer's reaction time average is 005 so far. I'm not sure anyone's been that hot today, so watch out, juniors. Charlie Blunt, Tyler Goddard going down the racetrack. Going to be Charlie. 934, 152 for the Orvillian octogenarian on the 2013 Kawasaki. Tyler Goddard goes 1284, 111 miles an hour. Stacer Hartshorn, the O2 Motorsports lane. The Shorty Dragster. How about 873 at 144 miles an hour for the Dragster after a 125 reaction time? We're getting there. Sam Tucker, 002 out of the gate. Okay, Sam might be good average reaction time fodder here. Jeff Anderson, 1107 in the Studebaker, 1096 for Dan Severson. Spanky, you gonna let him drive that car? Yeah. All right. It's on you, bud. Jonah Bennett goes 15 flat in the Pontiac Grand Prix. 16:49 for Tristan Smeltzer in the Tahoe. Trying to burn up that tank of gas before he goes back to Jacksonville, Oregon. Comes Derek Renshaw and Andrew White. Andrew White, the Charger in the O2 Motorsports lane. Derek Renshaw, the Honda Civic in the Platinum Construction lane. It's going to be the Charger down there. 1271. I stand corrected. 111 miles an hour, 1696 for the Honda. If the Honda pilot's a gambling man, I'll race him for pinks in the Land Rover. Comes Carissa Perez and Andy Perez. Carissa, the Camaro in the Platinum Construction lane. Andy, the GTO, the O2 Motorsports lane. Sean Murphy, Robert Logan. Robert Logan, the V6 Camaro, the Platinum Construction lane. Sean Murphy out of Weed, California, the Coyote-powered Mustang, the O2 Motorsports side. Sounds like one of the new 10-speed automatic cars. Goes 1165 at 122 miles an hour. That's pretty much what they run right out of the can these days. 1480.96 for the Camaro in the Platinum Construction lane. All right, guys, it's getting to be that time, so when you come out of the staging lanes, tail lights on, please. Once again, tail lights on when you start approaching the racetrack. Much appreciated.
Again, we want to thank everybody for joining us out here tonight at the historic Reading Drag Strip for our first street legal and testing tune of the year. Looks like we have a racer having some technical issues down at the end of the track. Our safety personnel is checking that out as we speak. Looks like there's currently no line down at the Snack Shack and T-shirt booth. So if you got an appetite or want something new to add to your wardrobe, head on over. Again, racers, it is that time of the evening. You need working taillights. Working taillights for going down the track.
Vincent Miller, Dave Stoffel going down the racetrack. Stoffel banging the gears, the 57 V-dub. Once again, we do need your tail lights on, so if you're coming out of the staging lanes, we do need your tail lights on so we can track your progress down the racetrack. Comes Stacer Hartshorn, the dragster, the O2 Motorsports lane out of Oroville, California. .869 at 153 miles an hour for Stacer Hartshorn. Jaden Jones taking a lap here in the junior of Colby Bates going down the racetrack. About 9:22, 71 miles an hour. All right, Goodman, show me your moves. Courtney's like Ixnay on the Oovs May. Comes Donald Carnegie, Matt Ladd. Battle of the Acura Integras. Donald, the Platinum Construction Lane. Matt, the O2 Motorsports side. Once again, we need your lights on when you're coming out of the staging lanes. Lights on when you're coming out of the staging lanes, please. We need to be able to track your progress down the racetrack. Once again, lights on. Dave Lovely and Eric Y. Out of Willows, California, in the O2 Motorsports lane, the Honda Civic. Dave Lovely out of Anderson, the Mopar, the Dodge Duster. Going to be the Honda. Eric goes 1183, 118 miles an hour, 1289. For Dave in the Duster. Duster Dave. Andy Perez goes 1272. Carissa Perez left a lot of Michelin on the racetrack and went 1761 at 96. Nice light for Robert Crum. Goes 040 to the green side. Been running 1050s here today. He's going to go 1053. 125 miles an hour. Roger Buchanan goes 1512, 95. Comes Ted and Michael Romano. Just when you think these guys would get sick of racing each other, they come back. Ted, the Mustang. Michael, C7 Corvette, the O2 Motorsports side. Ted rolls the beams. That's an LB3. That's an oops. Gives Michael a win pretty much here. Right off the bat, going to be a 1277 for the C7 Corvette. Amanda Mesa and Dogle going down the racetrack. Going to be Dogle down there. How about 16:25 at 88, 17:09 at 86 for Amanda Mesa. Chad Bennett, Jesse Hempstead. Pair of mid-60s El Caminos here. Jesse Hempstead, 1071, 121 miles an hour. Chad goes 1328, 107 in the Platinum Construction lane. James Arnrick and Sean Murphy. Going to be Sean, 1183, 121. James Arnrick goes 1208, 124. All right, here comes the interesting race we were talking about earlier. It's Steve Lowry, the O2 Motorsports lane, in the Porsche Taycan. It's a full electric Porsche, pretty much the Tesla fighter here. Yeah, I'll say it's fast there, Jim. I'm told he's going to come back and run the Lamborghini when he gets back. 668 in the 8th mile. How about 1047 at 130 miles an hour for the electric Porsche and the sound of silence? 1047 at 130 miles an hour. I believe that qualifies for what we like to call stupid fast. Comes Shane Moulton and Jessica Twiss. All right, going to be just a moment here while we go down and check on the rider and the. Yeah, so just stand by.
Again, we appreciate everyone's patience here in the staging lanes and in the crowd. Our EMTs are seeing to the driver.
All right, so we have good news. The rider is okay, guys. He's a little banged up, but he is otherwise fine. Yeah, so once again, that rider was a little banged up. I'm told possible broken collarbone, but he's okay. Lives to ride another day, and that's what's most important. Chance Hart goes 1593 at 88. Derek Renshaw 1552, 93 miles an hour. All right, I guess Stephanie's going to race her brother Jake. All bets are off on this one. Steph goes 13 flat, 109 miles an hour. Jake clicks it off early, 886, 103. All right, here's the exotic race of the night. Steve Lowry, the Porsche Taycan Turbo in the O2 Motorsports lane. It's Porsche kept with the naming convention. It's an all-electric car, but they still call it a turbo just because it's the performance model. Taking on a Lamborghini Huracan in the Platinum Construction lane. The Huracan is the replacement for the Gallardo. It's the V10 Lamborghini. It's one step below the Aventador, full all-wheel drive. The Italian V10 supercar in the Platinum Construction lane versus the electric sedan in the O2 Motorsports lane. You tell somebody you got an electric sedan, they're not really too scared of you in their Lamborghini. However, this guy might be scared in about 6 seconds. Or there's going to be a really cheap Lamborghini for sale. Well, if anyone wants a good deal on a Lamborghini, go see that guy, because I don't think he's going to want it anymore after this. Steve got even faster. How about 10:38 at 133 miles an hour for the Porsche Taycan? The Lamborghini, 10:90. The all-electric Porsche is a half a second faster than the Lamborghini. This is the part where the Lamborghini guy just drives home quietly out the gate and hopes nobody says hello. Oh, and insult to injury, Steve had an 021 light. So just throwing that out there. Steve had an 021 light. Can you say Super Pro? Daniel Dito and Andy Perez. Andy, the Pontiac GTO, the O2 Motorsports lane. Daniel Dito, the Mustang, on the Platinum Construction side. All right, final call for the Snack Shack. Final call for the Snack Shack. If you've not been over there by now, you're about to miss it. Final call for the Snack Shack on the east side of the racetrack. Just look for the big neon Jeans hamburger sign. Final call for the Snack Shack. All right, I've just been told and I've gotten the word that we're going to wrap this thing up at 7 p.m. So that's 35 minutes from now. So 35 minutes from now, we're going to hang it up. So if you have not made enough runs yet, head on down to the staging lanes. This is your final half hour. Well, since we started today at 12 noon, over 380 pairs of cars have gone down the historic Reading drag strip here on our season opener, Test and Tune Street Legal Night. It's been a resounding success. We want to thank everybody for coming out. This is a great event, and it's what we want to see all year. So keep coming back, please. Tristan Smeltzer, Joe Smith, your next pair. Tristan Smeltzer, 1618, 84 miles an hour. Joe Smith, 1618, 87 miles an hour. Hey, look at that. 1 thou apart, and it goes to the Duramax. Oh, I'm told the Lamborghini has called out Steve Lowry in the Porsche Taycan. He wants a rematch. Does so if Steve wins, he fills up the Lamborghini, and if the Lamborghini wins, does he charge up the Porsche? Buy him a tank of electricity? How does that work? All right, I'm told it's $5,000 on the line if Steve chooses to accept. $5,000. Amanda Mesa, Creed Stedman, 1272 for Creed in the Subaru. 1647, Amanda Mesa. GTO 1266 113. The Mustang 1263 107. Hand it over to Dan, the gear jammer in the Mustang. Comes Lexi Boyd, Chris Anderson. All right. Well, apparently the Lamborghini left because he didn't want to cost himself $5,000 over a race he couldn't win. So Steve Lowry is just going to go down the racetrack again in the 10-second electric Porsche. The sound of silence. And prepare for the sound of German leaves wrestling. Whoosh. 10:48, Steve Lowry, 131 miles an hour in the Taycan Turbo S. 1.55 to the 60-foot cone. I'm told it pulls 1.8 G on launch. All right, here comes Shirlene's granddaughter and Shirlene's daughter. It's a family affair. Lexi red by 007. She goes 13:25, 105. Steph had the quicker run anyway. She went 12:79 at 109 in the BMW. So Steph kept it green and had the faster ET on the big end. Hand that one over to the daughter. Lad in the Platinum Construction Lane, 15:24 to Donald's 15:75. Comes a member of our track crew, Wyatt, in the O2 Motorsports lane, trying to break his commute car, the Honda. Oh, premature acceleration. 277 red for Wyatt. When you're watching it all day, it's really easy to get a little jumpy. 15:40 for the Honda, 16:13 for Tristan. Tension in the pits. Staging lanes are closing in 5 minutes. Staging lanes are closing in 5 minutes. If you are not down there in the next 5 minutes, guess what? You're not going down the racetrack. We're about ready to wrap this deal. So 5-minute warning to close the staging lanes.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. The staging lanes are closed. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Staging lanes are now closed. The staging lanes are now closed. All right, as our last pair goes down the track, we want to thank everybody for joining us out here tonight at the historic Reading Drag Strip for our first Test and Tune and Street Legal of the year.